Okay, hello. Welcome to another stream. That's gonna be, unfortunately, the last one in this short burst of 3 streams, but hopefully we can get a lot of stuff done. So, one thing I wanted to do is I did a bunch of work off stream yesterday, mostly related to migrating the changes we accumulated to build 42 version over to 41, and as a result of that, um, there's a Lua error the game is throwing at me, so I want to investigate it now. Oh yeah, that's... okay, let's find what this error is about. It should be here somewhere now. So once again, I'm looking at this right side thing for irregularity that would indicate like a stack trace from an error. Yeah, that's the dimensions of my summary of animated and non-animated vehicles. So, okay, that's the irregularity I'm looking for. So, add animations line 145, general invocation target exception. PZK Franklin truck. Closed by number format exception empty string. What is this kind of empty seat? Okay, so presumably at this point, this template key got null. And that is related to Franklin Bank truck. Create animation profile. Why is there this spam of seek enable true. While before we had like playing animations. Oh, okay, maybe I should investigate those errors too. That appears to be all related to this PZK field setup. What is that actually? Yeah, I don't want it to be in debug log. Template, PZK field setup. Oh, so I guess that was just an auxiliary template. So that I used to hold some shared definitions like this, but now they're explicitly here already. So that's not relevant. Okay, that's good. That should fix those errors. But now, what about this spam here? Is that is the statement that prints this out? That is in a loop, but only here. Because that loop ends before it. So any spam must come from this loop, but then it also has to repeat this. And let's see. ID. So if that is the message that is spamming, we should be getting this spam here. So, now let me restart the game, or even, you know what? Let's exit. Ah, hello to my viewers. Glad to see you here early. I'm not sure if you're aware, but that is a mod making stream where I mostly make models, make scripts, do some Lua coding to bring animations to vehicles in Project Zomboid. So that's less of a gameplay and more of a game dev stream. and as such it might not be peak entertainment, but I do my best. Okay, now let's reset Lua, just to reload all the scripts, and if we are lucky, that will trip over this error again. No, it did not. So, okay, let's exit game and try to restart it in view. Okay, so no errors here either, but when we load it into the game, pay attention to this corner. Okay, now there it was, an error notification. So something happened, and we probably can see it in log. That is an old log. Let's get the fresh one. Go closer to the end, and there's the error. Okay, so that is okay, that is curious. So that spam of seeds enabled, that happened somewhere else. Okay, let's search for this line then. Yeah, not interested in that log. Yeah, let's search for this line then. Okay. Media Lua shared, common, media Lua shared. I'm sorry, what? Sorry, I forgot to switch you to the text window. So, the thing that got me all worried is this. So, when I edited this debug log to see what vehicle this would be related to, only this message got affected. So where do those messages come from? Like, seriously. And the only thing I could find is here we have this debug log, but that is from version related to 41, which is not supposed to be loaded here. And if that is running, then it should also be printing that. So let's specify that this is a 41, and this is 442. Okay. Now next time when we start the game, we should see those messages. But we would have to restart the game, so yeah, not going to do this right now. Just before it, I want to double check some things. Well, that vehicle, despite throwing an error, seems to be working. Hi, Jack. Okay, that works. That's locked. Homelander limo. Hi. Let's unlock the trunk. Let's check it. Ooh, that's a fire truck. Huh. Goes decently. I'm kinda investigating an error that is being thrown at me in Lua, and I did some brushing over the code when I migrated all the changes I did so far in build 42 into build 41, and then it started throwing this error, and well, here I am now. And it kinda drives me crazy a bit. Another thing I wanted to check, spawn vehicle, tornado, is that, yeah, that's visible now. Engine works fine. Yeah, everything works fine too. Okay. That's good. Series, if I can... Military station wagon, that I also wanted to double check people, because I found a bunch of bugs when I was checking those vehicles on build 41, like missing tail lights or truck 93 from this truck was missing its rear window. That's okay. So that goes on. Okay, that's fine too. Okay, by the way, just to double check, rare windows, set part condition to 3%. And yeah, broken texture applies properly. Cool. Okay, now let's restart the game and check the logs. Loading game, and it should throw a lower error here. Once it does, we can check the logs. Okay, there is the error. So let's go check what threw it. Debug log. Scroll down, and there's the error. Okay, so that is something else. Oh, I know what it is. I know. That's vanilla vehicles animated. Because yeah, you can see that that prefix is not from PZK, so that's vanilla vehicles animated. Okay, so no reason to be crazy about that spam. They just use slightly different code, which I probably should unify. Okay. PZK add animations lower, line 141, invoke. Just to avoid this confusion, let's see. Okay, save that, and let's check another thing. So that's the code we added last time. That gave us some ways to check what vehicles needs to be added first. So let's find something good for our next target. And the closest to the top would be Dash Noble. Okay, so that's gonna be our next target. But in the meantime, let's check the game. Or at least start it. None of those errors show up. So, Dash Noble. How does that look? Spawn vehicle, Noble, spawn. Okay, so I already see some strangeness in that geometry. I'm not very fond of, but okay, guess those should be like a bit thicker walls. And who am I to judge designer cars? But that does look like some version of cassette, doesn't it? Okay. So, what can we do? Let's start up Blender. Wait a second for it to load. Okay, file, open recent. Where is... I swear I had that file somewhere. Ford sedan, is that it? No, that's something else. That's Bayer. Open. Yes, we had a cassette PZK Sports Blend, I believe that one. Yeah, okay, yeah. We had this vehicle here that's hide that animated bit, that battery, and we, I believe, had, yeah, sports and cabrio variants here. So, that means we have, yeah, that shared bit here. If we try to import FBX, Noble, no, not from that folder. Here, dash noble. That uh, does not fit. Yeah, okay. So that's obviously based on this sports car, but it's noticeably different. And even if we try to move it to match, like this front wheel well, then the grille is mismatched. Rear wheels, well, they are close, but the tail is in a totally different place. So yeah, that needs to be its own file. Okay, was worth a shot, didn't pan out. General file, don't save that. Uh, get rid of all of that. Import, once again. Noble. Select that. Apply all transforms. Let's pick material correctly. Or texture for material. Noble shell. Use texture. Alpha, please, none. Okay, I don't have high hopes for this one, but who knows, maybe miracles happen. Oh, they do. Okay, that door. Let's separate this door. What about hood? Uh, yeah, didn't think so. Okay, and trunk is also. Also, I'm very confused where the trunk is supposed to be on this vehicle. I guess that here looks like a lid. So I'll use that. Okay, now where's the hood supposed to be? Uh, that, that. Yeah, you know what? Just get into this corner. I don't really... Oh, shoot. Okay, that's fine. Here, let's make an auto weld. Okay, and select all of that. Including that. Now do the editing, and here we are. I want to take that, or at least take that, move along Y to match texture. Those two, move to Y. Okay, Now that's gonna be our hood. Separate that selection, and there's no engine. Yay! Good. Well, we'll have to add it later. Now, this trunk. How do we open that? Because those cuts here suggest that this part should be opened, maybe along with this tail lights block. But then they just stopped here. I expected them to like continue this way. So, but we have those cuts in here, and they kinda give me impression that that is supposed to be the engine bay based on those like cooling vents here, but that's not the default one. Do you know which vehicle that is supposed to look like? Like what IRL model is supposed to be represented by this? Because then I'd be able to look up references and work on those. But for now, I say that is my trunk. I'd be able to remodel it if I get the correct information, but for now, that's it. Okay, so that's actually good. I'm happy with how this geometry is set up. A rare occasion, I know. Okay, seats need to be selected. Specific. Okay, let's separate that. That needs a hole. Figures. Well, that hole is kinda easy to fix. So first of all, let's take those two, put cursor between them, put that in here. Now let's extrude by Z. Move without moving by X. Match. Oh, we don't have magnet. Like, cool. Magnet. Vertices that is like a second magnet. Move without touching the coordinate. Move here. Now extrude by Z. Here. move without touching X into here, extrude Z, move without X, match that, extrude Z, move without touching X to match that. Okay, now that face here is a bit redundant, I'd say. Let's put that here and weld them together. And let's stitch those sides here. And like those. Egg face covering. Okay. That means I kinda was a bit too hasty here. Okay. So all that separate, move up by one. Move by one, back. Like this, and maybe negative. So extrude by Z, moving up right here. Let's fill them. And do that. That is supposed to stitch here. Similarly, that is stitched here. And those two, let's fill between them. Let's cut a middle section. And let's weld this in here. Okay. Set. Okay, yeah, no wonder that texture is all over the place. That's that object. Here, let's extrude by Y, scale it down, and let's start stitching. Yes. Here we need to have this cut just for some extra vertices. Okay, so that now has this interior stitch to the window frame without giving us a hole, which is good. Now that let's insert and into here. That's gonna be another cut. Like that. Like that. That's this window cut out. Oh. Oh no. Well, time to fall off that bridge. So first, let's insert that to some extent. Now let's delete those spaces from here and let's make a cut here. Now with this cut in place, we can cut here, we can add another vertex here and go stitching. Like that should be better served by cutting that way. And do editing. Okay. So that's our example where they were before. Now that's the geometry we want to retexture. 2, 3, IDB, eject from view. Rotate, 90 negative, move, view. Now that is the extent we have to match. So that, let's make the magnet, select the vertices. So this whole thing needs to match without magnet of here. That whole thing about here. That disable those. And let's set cursor here, give it round cursor, scale that down a bit. But we also know that that needs to be here, that needs to be here, that needs to be somewhere here, and those two also edge of window. So here we are. Texture unbotched. Let's duplicate maybe Z1 just because we will need this example. Oh, I forgot. Totally forgot. Oh, we first need this frame to be here. And then next part of this frame to here and here. Spaces. Okay, that's not ideal, is stretching here. Let's make those lines a bit further away. Oh, I guess okay. Oh, okay. Oh, hello. Sorry for missing the chat. Yeah, well, there's some different models, ways you can use make mods. Most require writing scripts, some require Lua, some require models, and that mod requires all three. The only mod making aspect of this mod is missing is Java, which most of workshop mods lack, to be honest. Because Java mods, they don't just work on subscribe and enable basis. You have to manually copy them into game files. Move the one negative. Now there's this gap. These two. And those two. Let's drop those spaces. Well, let me try to show it. Okay, so here are the mods that are on the workshop related to my name. So that one was a patch to a good gun mod that overhauled weapons repair system, but that was like a half-assed shoehorn attempt to make Brita work with it, and then it got replaced by official support from the creator. That is like a small crafting mod that allows you in build 41 to prospect simple stones for some usable materials, and it shows that you can like get salt, plaster, or gunpowder by crushing some stones. Then that was my first serious mod that got quickly shut down by Shark because they did not want their mod to work with standard vehicle upgrades. They wanted their own armor system. So that only featured like 2 vehicles. That was my big hit, Vanilla Vehicles Animated. That is the mod I'm currently working on. That was kind of a restoration project for a mod that was discontinued by its original creator, and so it got incompatible with other stuff. So you need like a hose to siphon fuel, and then I made it compatible with things like fuel API that accounted for different kinds of fuel. That's a bit of an easy mod that adds tarp covers to open cargo spaces and puts some visual boxes on top of them. And that is, I just uh, helped people who created this mod with some Lua script, and they tagged me as a co-creator, but I like spent only a handful of days working on it. So that's my collection for Zomboid. I also had helped with a couple mods for Rimworld, but those are outdated. Well, back to our scheduled programming. Extrude by not moving along X, scale down. Okay, so that's our insides of this frame. We need to switch to the outsides. Okay, now engine bay is missing, so we need to add it. Let's add plane. Let's scale it down, move along Y axis, and move along Z axis. So just above those wheel wells. So here we are. Cut that around here. Now that needs to be moved down so we don't clip through. Okay. Okay, that's the space we need for engine bay. And well. So there is no engine texture here. Yeah, cool. Cool. Yeah. Well, That is distinctly similar to sports vehicles. So, set, no, lady. So that is like Lady Shell. That's a vehicle that is also a sports variant, and you can see that this familiar uh, rear window here, and it has this engine bay here. Let's see, yeah, and here it's like painted over, which actually gives me the impression that yeah, it is supposed to have engine at the back. So, what do you think, chat? Should we make this vehicle have a rear engine bay too? It's doable. We did it on this bug. Should we do that here? So you don't think we should? Okay. Let's rotate it by 180. Let's pivot it on medium point here. Scale it down, down, down. Position it somewhere over that engine, and that would be our engine bay. Okay, yeah. So that that texture is not yet set up. Let's cut this down a little too. Let's extrude by Z. Let's well those. Oh, hello, play with radar. Glad to see you here. And I believe you were one of the early adopters of the Vanilla Vehicles animated mod, if I remember correctly. Welcome, welcome, and thank you for the raid. Well, I cannot promise some riveting gameplay here. We are mostly making a mod. So there's that. Okay, I have to account for those extra purchases here. But you can see how vehicles get animated in-game. And maybe you might get inspired to make your mods. Hello! Welcome, welcome. Okay, so now that bit is gonna be part of this same texture, so we need to find something that is textured like an engine. And the best I can think of is down here. So let's move it. I guess, yeah, that would be the underside of this vehicle. Layout, yeah. Now that's like something black and murky here. Cool. Now that bit here, along with steering wheel, let's separate it into its own object, and for that object I need make a separate material. Let's call it engine, and for that material we use this lady shell texture. Oh, nope, nope. Okay, that car needs to stay on default material. Exit edit mode, then select this object, and then that object needs to have this engine material. And here we are. So what about this steering wheel? I will be editing. Okay, so that looks about the same though. That's don't like that this steering wheel is all shaded with one color. So let's take this wheel and move it to like here. Maybe scale it down a bit. So that's like same leather as seats. Okay. HD fire. Oh, you mean the new fire effects? Well, I don't play with double-sized textures, so it does look a bit jarring, but I still like the animation of this fire. It's much more believable. So I just wish it was a bit more pixelated, because currently in my games, this fire uses like quarter size of the pixels of the rest of the environment. So that might be a weird thing to say, but yeah, they did it too high resolution. But I like animations, and honestly, if they just, well, maybe there can be a mod, because that fire is probably a sprite sheet somewhere in game assets. And if someone just takes this sprite sheet and uh, like drops its resolution by 4 times, that should fix it. But even though I think it's a bit jarring, it's not too bad for me. So I'm probably not gonna bother with such a mod. Okay, so now we have engine, we have engine bay walls. So this whole vehicle is good. Another thing that I don't love about this kind of vehicle is lights. Yeah. So, what do I mean by that? This is the hood, and you can see that here we have those lights. Yeah. So, we need to be able to cut those out because they are not part of the hood and they get left behind when the hood gets opened. Alright, alright. Let's cut things up. Let's slide that in place. Okay. That. Let's do that. Okay. That now needs to be also its own object. Okay. So those two lights be gone. Now the rest of this hood, let's... the rest of this hood, yeah, it's only visible from one side for now. To fix that, let's apply a modifier to it to solidify it. I think I solidified the wrong object of that one. Generate, solidify. Okay, that looks a bit off, but we can fix it. That is just a matter of telling Blender to figure out which edges are sharp and then recalculate normals. Now that looks good. Here let's select all those faces. Okay. And all those faces, they need to be textured based on some, I'd say engine usually, but since that texture it's gonna rely on does not have this engine texture, that would go to undercarriage. So here. Okay, so that's our hood part. Hood object. Okay. And another thing I started doing. Let's cut out those turn signals. Okay. If you're working with Blender and wondering how am I moving those edges without messing up textures, that is because I am using a edge slide tool. To access it, you press G1. That's the move tool that moves the vertex but does not modify anything in UVs. Press G again, and now this vertex or something you move is locked to adjacent edges, and it recalculates UVs to its best ability, which usually does a good job. Now that would be one light. Insert. Let's get rid of this diagonal. Now we can slide that. Okay, I overdid that a little bit. Well, that's correct. Okay. Okay, those lights are now extracted. What about the rear lights? Insert lighting bit. Oh, you know what is so much fun? When I did work on build, migrating all those changes to build 41, I realized that limousines in build 41 are said to be just one kind of vehicle, which is a bit problematic in terms of headlights. So yeah, thankfully I have this tool for adjusting geometry on the fly, if you remember correctly. But I would have to rework how the scripts work in build 41 and apply this tool to limousines, where in build 42 we had to just use big ladies. Yeah. Okay, here we are with those lights. Now that okay, why did you decide to cut it like that? Thank you. Thanks. I hate it. I'm sorry, what? Okay, no, that doesn't appear to be an edge there. But either way, let's solve that one. We don't need it. I love Zomboid music, but why is it so inconsistent? Why does it take some long stretches of time without playing? There really should be a setting to encourage music to be on at all times. Specifically for streams like that, because I want to use it as background. Okay, now those lights are ready. That, and that is one light. That, and that is another light. So everything that is supposed to be cut off this hole was cut off. Let's also drop those before I forget. Select all. Let's clean up. Clean up. Merge by distance. 36 vertices were removed. Clean up. Drop those. Nothing was removed. Edges. Please figure out what is sharp and what isn't. Why is that considered sharp? I guess it kinda is. Okay. Then by my manual decree, those two and those two are not sharp. Same here. Those two and those two not sharp. Yeah, those are also regular offenders here. Let's clean them up. Edge, click up. Okay, so the rest looks reasonable. We calculate by face area. So that should fix some shading issues around the vehicle and give it its mostly final core. Now those holes where the lights should be, when the lights are removed, we need to leave something behind. So mark sharp, extrude by Y, go to individual origins, clamp to zeros. Face load. Okay, do the editing, select all, clamp into zeros, move here. Let's select all those edges, edge, mark sharp, extrude by Y, clamp into points. Okay. Clamp zeros, move here. So now that has some distinct blackness where the light should be, but no hole. That's the goal. Now those and those, let's edge set sharpness by angle. Now mark as sharp. Now extrude. Scale by X. Oh, before we scale them by X, let's switch it to median point. Scale by X so they all move in. Now return to individual origins and scale by 0. So they clamp into one point. Select hole, drop it here. Okay, that hole is now fully done. Let's process other parts. Oh no. I also forgot to add this cargo space here. I made a hole for it, but not the space itself. So, that shouldn't be too hard. Just select that. Now let's extrude Z down, down. Maybe scale it by Y a bit. And then F to fill it. And cut down the middle here. Now that texturing also obviously is not going to work, so let's select all of that, top view, top view here I meant, let's UV, project from view, and I believe that is the interior space color. And here we are. Also, edges are not sharp, except for those three. So that's the interior space. Yeah. Let's insert this window a bit. Okay, that matches nicely. Let's split that into its own object. Now let's split that and extrude it a little bit. Nope, delete faces. And I want also to delete those two faces. I'll get those and weld them back here too. Okay. That's our window frame now with proper thickness and that here. So that's like should go like that. And maybe like that. So that's our door shape. I'll select all mesh clean up, merge by distance, this part, edge, sharpness by angle, window is fine, Alt N, average, calculate roughness. Okay. That's door, front left. Oh, yeah, that thing here. Let's recalculate normals, duplicate, and flip. So now it is visible from both sides, unlike this window. And let's call that window front left. That one. Same process. Let's say that fits well enough as is. Now, if I just extrude it this way, it will see this as an attempt to make a depression here. So, if I want to have both sides, I need to flip it so it's facing this way. And now when I extrude it where it's facing, it assumes I want to make a box, so it adds a bottom here. That's why I'm flipping it before I do this extrusion. I'll delete those faces, vertices, that one snaps here, that one snaps here, select this loop, and snap it to outside. So give this door some thickness, mesh, clean up, merge by distance, set sharpness by angle, select all, average face area. Okay, door from right. Okay, that would be light from right as object. So I'm using as object here because those front lights might have an animated component. That's not guaranteed to be the case, but they might. And I'm gonna set them up as if they do. Now, trunk or hood if we still later move them around, but yeah, that's our trunk once again. It is only a flat plane visible from one side, so we need to solidify it with first thing. Apply now edge, set sharpness by angle, calculate normals, and that thing here, that needs to be of interior color. Okay, so that's our trunk object. Seats, yeah, I love processing seats. After I developed this whole algorithm. So we start by selecting all diagonals and desolving them. Now we select all those edges, make sure that's set to individual origins and hit S to scale, Shift X to not scale them by X, and hit 0 to make sure their offsets by any axis other than X are zeroed out. Now cut, 0 down the middle, scale X 0. So that's totally flat along X axis. Now let's split this into separate objects. Get this wall, let's duplicate it and separate, duplicate into its own object. Here, let's join those two. Use this wall, clamp it along x-axis, move it along x-axis to magnet here. So that, since those were flat along x-axis, they all matched. Now we can just edge, set sharpness by angle, and I usually manually unsharpen those two. Average face area. And let's select those and duplicate. So yeah, that's how the seats look. Now let's join those two together. Select that, clamp it along x-axis, move it along x-axis here, edge, sharpness by angle, edge clear sharp, average by face area. Okay, that is seat front left object, seat front right object. Cool. That is, oh my. Did I forget to process this window? Yes, I did. Average face area, duplicate, and flip. But at least I gave you the name of it. Okay, that's good. Now that's our rear window, but as you can see, it's not visible here. Why? Who knows? Okay. Well, I know why it's not visible. Average face area, because we need to duplicate it and flip it. So now there's two sides to this window. Serial window. Cool. Now those windows. I want to know, are they part of front windows? Are they part of rear window? Or what are they? Are they separate windows? Let's consult the game. So, there are no rear windows. And if we remove this, oh, okay. Are we not mechanics cheats? So they started showing cracks when I started trying to remove it, and yeah, they get removed along with this rear window. So they are part of rear window. Cool. So they don't have to be their own object because rear window is also static. Let's just process them, clear all sharpness, let's calculate normals, duplicate, flip to backside and merge them here. Okay, that's good. No, that one. That's the windshield. Average face area. And duplicate. Flip. Okay. Windshield object. And does not need further modification. That's vehicle interior. That's just what I call this object. Now that thing, okay. And that thing. Let me put them together in one object, first of all, and then let's select that. And that, and say we want it to extrude and like go into the engine bay. Cool. So that would then, when the vehicle is visible, where is it? When the hood is down, yeah, that does nothing. But what it would allow us to do is then animate them flipping up. Though, yeah, I think that would be fine still. But then maybe we should move them down a bit further. So, like that maybe. So they do clip into inside there. Let's see. So that Shift S, cursor to selected. Shift A, add armature. Oh, no. Armature needs to be at the start of coordinates. That's fine, thank you. But I want an extra bone here. I'm gonna call lights bone. Let's copy that. Let's select that object. Make a vertex group called lights bone. Let's assign. And now let's parent you to this armature with armature defaults. Okay. Now HUD. This armature, go to pose mode. Rotate around X axis. So that should be like how they can be flipped up. And as you can see, they kind of clipped through the hood which I want to avoid if I can. So let's, not edit mode, let's go back to object mode, select that object, go to edit. Now that's a bit awkward, but we can make this modifier show its effects in edit mode. So slide, don't want to, okay, move along the y-axis. Okay, and well, food is good, but I want to make sure here, yeah, we're still inside of this little edge here. Okay. Okay. And now, with that position being here, let's change some of that texturing here. So those UVs, you should be, well, you know what, no. You stay here. You stay like that. Stay colored, yeah, you know what, no. If you move here and individual origins, let's scale you down a bit. So you sample from here, and you don't get like darkened because you were here on those edges. Oh, we can sample them from here. That would be just great. And we have those fronts here, front bits. So let's project from this view and move them here. Actually, you know what? I would like to magnet snap to grid. So that will allow me to position those UVs to be pixel perfect. Let's do that, with that, and that, and with that. Okay, now when we go to layout, yeah, they show as lights. Though maybe we should enable this HUD, set this to texture as well. Move by Y. That way. So that only, oh yeah, and also let's put that up. Okay, so there are some like ridges around those lights. when they get flipped up. Cool. Finally, edge, sharpness by angle. I don't think those should be sharp. Edge, clear sharp, and average by base area. Okay, that's our flip up lights. And okay. Let's slide that down. And now I'd say that is one light and that is another light. Where did we put? Oh, they're in armature already. Okay. Let's disable those. And do the same trick here. Edge, mark sharp, extrude by Y, clamp into 0. Okay. Oh, looks fine. I'm confused. Oh, that's because individual auto jumps. Median point, scale 0, like that. Cool. And that would be light from left object, light from the right object, and that would be light post object. And there we are. I'm then gonna have to make an animation clip that remembers this position we tuned for. Good. Okay. Keeping up with lights. Light from left static object. Light rear left object. Light rear right object. Okay, so we dealt with all the numbered objects. Good, good. Okay, there's a typo here. I was wondering why it didn't sort them correctly. Okay. Now let's add the rest of bones. Since we already started on that, well, and that's like the next logical step in the process. Now that's the pivot point for this door. So go to let's that size, Shift A, that's gonna be called front left door bone, copy that name, paste this as the vertex group name, select all, assign everything here. Now here, let's make a group, but that should be called window bone. Assign everything, select this bottom edge, cursor to selected, edit mode on armature, Shift A to add a bone. Paste bone name, set bone size, relations, get here. Now that bone, I usually call it vehicle bone, just because that's the root bone, and make it a bit smaller. Okay. Right door bone. Nope, that's 3. I need front. Okay. Decrease in size. Okay, that makes sense. I'll set parent here. Now, food. Let's take those 2 points as pivots. Let's Shift S, cursor to the selected. Food bone. Point 2. Name. Add vertex group. Assign everything. Now finally, trunk bone. Okay, all parts animated. Let's select everything that has this vertex group symbol and is not part of this armature yet. Select armature, Control P, to parent, and it automatically adds this modifier. Now, if we try to pose any of those bones, it will move corresponding bit. Well, it's supposed to. Now let's go animations. Animations, action editor, new, let's call lights open. So that bone here. If we go to its mode here, it has this rotation set, but we want it to be like at the 21st frame, So now if we reset that position and save it as the first frame, we have animation. Now those lights can fold up and down. Cool. If only I knew how to link this animation with lights being on the vehicle. But oh well. Let's copy, change that to hood closing, and hood needs to be capitalized. So not this bone, this bone. Save that as closed position at frame 41. Rotate. Save as open position here. Okay, shield copy, trunk closing, not about this bone, with this bone. Save closed position, move start of animation, rotate, that's our trunk. Shield, save, door from to left closing. Now with those sports car doors, there might be a question which way they're supposed to fold. We had some different variants, but this time I'm gonna be just okay. That bone not relevant for this animation. Thank you. This bone. Let's rotate here. Okay, so that window is not linked to this bone because bone moved, window stayed. Probably I either forgot to assign vertices to vertex group, or there's a typo here. Assign, okay. Front left window bone. Copy that. Now this armature, this bone, front left door bone 001. That's because that's not the right thing. Cool. Now that's worked. Okay, back to animations. So that one, save. Drop that. This is supposed to be from. Okay, I lost my chat connection. Why? Well, at least I didn't lose stream. And the only reason I noticed I lost my chat connection was because it welcomed me back. Yay. Window animations, my favorite. Open. Let's move it down, but make sure this outline still matches this frame. Like that. Now move along x-axis till we about touch the insides. Can we move a bit further though? That would be too much. That would be about right. Now rotate around the y-axis. Move this top bit all the way here. Save. And that's our window roll down animation. Nope. I need copy first. Then I want to change it to from left. And I noticed it because I didn't have this 001 at the end. Which, not the first time I could have made this mistake. Right away, roll down. Shift out. That and rotate Y. Okay, that's not good. Let's move in a bit deeper and rotate Y a bit more, not a bit less. That's our open position. Move it to frame, cancel, and save it as closed position. Roll down animation, shield, and we are done here. Almost done. So we need to add battery. Okay. So file import FBX PZK battery. And yeah, that needs to be part of this scene collection. Let's move it somewhere here. Move down. That, and yeah, that shouldn't give us any issues with hood on, so that doesn't clip off. Normally I'd put it somewhere here, but that has this slope and the hood is rather close here, so no. Oh, yeah, that's not good. Move Y so it doesn't clip through wheel well either. Move Y that way. Okay, so that's our battery position. And we are good to go. Find this battery, save. What was this called again? Dash Noble, I believe. Right. Let's check again. Yeah, Dash Noble. Cool. Cool. So Blender, now with that save, let's export, FTX, not this folder, using project 1.3 set. If you want me to explain this preset, please hit me up, I'd be glad to. But now the name can stay and export. Cool. Next thing to do is to add it to scripts. So common, Lua scripts here. So that what can we use as a template here? So that looks kind of similar to things we added like Lady Z. Yep, let's copy that. Copy and copy this entire folder and paste it here. Rename, you should be dash noble. Now, models texture is now in this folder as well. We want to change all mentions of this Lady Z import and instead use this dash noble import. Paste here, replace all. Cool. Now lights also replace all, modals replace all, and now all mentions of this Lady Z, let's change to dash noble. So replace here, replace here, replace here, replace here. Okay, that's the bare minimum we need to do to like keep all the setups, but just import a different vehicle. That's good. We have those textures to set up. So in Blender, let's check that. So seats, they need to be taken from this dash noble shell, and that I believe, since interior we're mapping onto Masterson Lady Z shell anyway, that should stay here. No, we're mapping it onto Masterson Lady, so that should be next. Save. Good. That file is done. Now lights. Oh, those lights. Oh, those lights. So first of all, we have two sets of lights. One is gonna be static, static for the front, and those would use as objects instead. Now those lights that are here, they need to be animated. So let's find some animated model like that and paste it here. Now this bow name, that's gonna be different. That's copy from here, lights bow. Okay, now that bit here. Okay, and along with those, we also need to add a model for lights host. Model lights host. copy its object name from Blender and paste it here. Okay. And no, you don't use multi-UV, VBA. You are using, no, not that, this one. Okay. Template, let's call it part PZK lights host. Model default like that, and we need all of that crap from here. What else do we need? Utility scripts. Let's copy that block here and paste it here. I am being optimistic that we would be able to at least get it work as animated parts. Maybe we cannot trigger animations, but it will spawn and it will have that. Yeah, the hope is kinda low, but oh well. We can kinda break that down later if we want. So animation clip name, let's copy it here. So, since that is open, we want reversed to be on closing here, like that. That's dash noble lights host animate. And now those lights here, they need to specify parent equals that, and they also need to have separate static models here. That's on left static. And that's on right static. And the reason why I separated this into its own object is, oh, yeah, I need that between here. Because we might have to add no random parent later. Hey, actually that might have to go to templates here. Shared here. Okay. Now passenger positions, I'm gonna trust those are fine as is, but I'll keep the definitions here in case we have to edit them later. Okay. Interior battery, now battery position. That's why we added it to our Blender, but did not export it. So let's copy X to X inverting sign. So X goes into X, but we invert sign next Y coordinate. We copy that to Z coordinate here without inverting sign. Finally, Y coordinate goes to Z. Well, Z coordinate goes to Y coordinate without inverting signs. Cool. That's our battery position now. Now windows. We don't have static parts of those windows. That can go windshield. Windshield rear is not linked with trunk door. Thank you very much. Battery. So lights house, yeah, that's okay. Dash noble. Let's use this template here. And in here. So that one would use a no random variant, which does not exist, which is okay because we're not going to use this template either. Yay. Save that. That should be all with the lights for modals. Okie modals. Oh, by the way, yes. That model probably should be in modals. So let's shove it to the bottom here. So now we have dash noble, that needs to change. Vehicle, sports car. Now dash, door, window static don't exist. Cool. Hood does exist. Front, windshield rear is static. So copy that. Paste here. Door left. No randoms. Okay. Save that. Save that. Templates. Fine. Okie dokie. That would be the snowball, right? The snowball. Lights. Animations. Two doors, and it has not the rear door but the trunk door. Save, and that's okay. Let's check the game now. Close that. The most exciting part of the stream is when the game is loading. It takes a while. Well, as you can guess, I don't have the best hardware, even for Zomboid, which kind of might give you hope that you can be a mod maker or even a developer even without top-notch hardware, though it helps. But really anything that can run the game will do. Now let's see this vehicle explode. Okay, no such mesh. Seat front right object. Okay, so one seat is missing, but the rest is surprisingly fine. Okay, so that light here, so that's, you can see they are here. Now seats, let's open this door. There are something green here. Why though? So if we like once again break this rear window, those now show through. If we repair it, fail it here, trunk is closing, those holes are fine, but the host is here. Because nobody is activating it as like nobody is setting its animated state to where it should be. And now this engine bay and those textures. So that's the biggest issue we have. Both of those biggest issues will be addressed here. So vehicles, PZK dash noble shell, seat front right object out. And that one was also missing seat. Yeah. Here we forgot to add this underscore here. That should be an easy fix. I just save and re-export. But vehicle PZK Masterson Lady Shell. Are we using... No, we're using 41 textures here. Yeah, that might be why. Is that common media? Okay, so lady shell. If we load that instead, Now that should still be here. That should still be here. Uh, there is no double definitions. Oh, that would be why. Those shaders, they don't belong here. Yay. That should do then. Oh, I noticed that here we had shader definitions that are specific to build 41, so I had to remove those. Cool. Now that should fix both of those issues, but we have an issue with this, those bits for our lights host not getting its proper position. So, how do we deal with that? Well, the correct way would be to find some part that is getting correct animations and see how it's set up. That's what I'm going to do now. Steam apps, common project onboard, media, scripts, uh, vehicles. So, vehicle template door. So, door has this animate extra open, extra close. That's animation for a character when it gets to open it. Table uninstall, middle on the right, middle on the left, for door rear for all doors. So category door, that's not relevant. Install, uninstall Lua. Okay, so here we have create door, init door, and use door calls. Those would be in Lua, server, vehicles, vehicle Lua. So that would be one. Let's find this vehicle create door. Control F. Find it here. So set open, set locked, set lock broken false. That's in case of easy. Set open false. Chance door front. But that's just on initial creation of this door. Okay. Now init door should run every time we load the vehicle, right? Control F. But that literally does nothing. Vehicle use door. That's supposed to be when we interact with the door. So yeah, passenger is vehicle menu enter. Okay. Okay, so that basically copies the status of the door from front left door. Windows is open and is locked. That's fine. That's why it does this return here. So that's for all other doors except this. But what sets the animations then? Server, let's create a file, PZK Animated Lights dot Lua. Okay, so we want to have signature like that for creating this animated lights. Um, PZK. Okay, let's see. PZK equals, yeah, not PZK. Let's leave it at this. Vehicles create animated lights. Or let's call it old. Oh, no, animated lights. And so we don't want to assign it as a door, so that all goes away. So engine, fine, radio headlights, nothing like animations here. If we go to Lua, shared vehicles and actions, open vehicle door. Let's check here. So that one on start says vehicle play park animations open. Okay. Play passenger animations, yeah. That would be closed. And we don't work with self, we work with those parameters from here. Vehicle, play park animation, park closed. And that is create. What did we use? Well, no, not here. We use this vehicles, create default. That we would have to change, I guess. Vehicles, create default. Inventory item, create inventory item part. So, yeah, let's take that. And that. Vehicles, create default part, vehicle, and play animation closed. Okay, so that's for our lights. Now we need init. That's like a signature for init. So vehicles, init, animated lights. So. We don't have like init default, so here we only want to play either closed or open based on if the lights are on or off. How can we determine that? Vehicle details, init headlights. Cool. That is it on server still? Vehicles, vehicle distributions, vehicle commands, profession vehicles. Actually, what's with vehicle commands here? Start engine, fix part, set part condition, toggle heater, set headlights on. Set stoplights on. Set light bar mode. Put key on door, that's okay. Config headlights. On client quantity. Control F. There's two mentions here. Okay, so that's only on set headlights on. Do we pass through this function? Let's redefine this function and add print PZK lights on. Key communication, cache, key failure. Lighting density based for cheats. Remove configure headlights. Let's improve with this function too. Paste here. Lights on too. Okay, now let's restart the game and check what this lure does for us. Oh, and before we do, let's have that in our templates. Let's change view to create animated lights and init. Let's use that or init. Say okay. Okie dokie. Close game. Confirm. Play. Oh boy, we are being blessed by a bot. Yay. Okay, that's something wrong with this. What errors do we have? Function PZK, okay. That does not show error yet. Now, here, attempt the index of a non-table at line 13 in animated lights lure. Cool. Line 13 of animated lights. That's just redefining this function. Was this not closed properly? Why are you... So commands They don't exist here yet. Alright. Is blank local commands. Okay, yeah, now that makes sense. So we cannot redefine those vehicle commands then. It's not that easily. Okay, that is interesting. So if we copy that, if we then copy that, oh, okay, let's go here. That's a vehicle part, base vehicle. Okay. Base vehicle functions or methods. Is there like get headlights on? There should be get headlights on. Okay, that's what I was looking for. All that. So let's see. If the vehicle get headlights on, then else and control C, control V. Okay, like that. Now that function here, vehicle commands on client command. We have defined commands for those two. Noise, 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 noise. All of that. Now we don't need because we don't override existing commands. We just add our hooks on it. And that's fine. So, game, let's see what we have loaded. Okay, so that's still in the wrong place. Yeah. Oh, shoot. exit game. Okay, let's try and restart and check if this Lua error is fixed now. So let's see if the debug window pops up again. Hopefully it doesn't. Well, looks like we passed this. Oh, there was a Lua error. Well, Lua error is better than a full-on debug window. It means it kinda had a problem but was able to carry on. We'll still double check what this error was. Okay, let's see. PZK lights on. PZK lights on. Okay, so that command here, that gets executed. Cool. But I'm not sure if that being on server helps us all that much. I expect we need to be on, maybe on client or shared. Oh no, all this code is only in server. Seriously. Okay, then. Oh yeah, and here that's also on server, but with those it's all good. Alright. Parts more invisible, yeah, that's all good. So, animated lets me know that this did not get attached, but here that gets both. That is received both on headlights on and off. So that would be commands, commands here. So yeah, so that's arcs on is where we determine if it's on or off. Cool. Okay, but we don't have this part here, right? Oh, but we can find it because it has fixed name. Cool. Vehicle commands. Where is this? Part, get part by ID. Vehicle get part by ID, and our part ID is this. Okay, if arcs on, then go open, and then go close. Do we have any example of using this set part animation or play part animation from the server code in this vehicle commands? No, no results. Okay. Anything named animations? No. Lower client server commands. Fishing, erosion, literature, square, animal, heart, item, recipe on command. module and create a new file. PZK server commands.url. Okay. Okay, now copy that. Receive command module. Okay, that's all fine. And then the medial server vehicles. What, for example, where do we have recipe commands? Search and commands. Oh, that's interpreting client commands. That's not sending client commands. Items. Okay, I am going to close all that. I'm going to add folder to workspace, that folder, and yes, I trust it. And in that server, I'm going to now find which command, for example, square, we should get change bubble square. Okay, so that only finds it in one place. So where do those commands originate? How do I send a command back to client? Let's go from workspace, that's a game. That's okay. Oh, sorry, we were watching game all this time. Well, maybe that's not a bad thing. sync vehicle animations. Copy that. Streamlabs workshop content here. Let's find that mod. Media Lua server and client. Okay. And name server logic. So function on client command. Send server command. Vehicle door anim args. Okay, so that runs on server and that runs on client. And it has like play part animations here. Cool. Cool. Which makes me wonder if there's like client vehicles, vehicle training details. Yeah, that's just for trailer utilities, as the name suggests. So, animated lights, function get that. Oh, no, don't remove it. Copy that for now. Paste it here, commands dot vehicle. Yeah, that's the channel name we want to send it here, right? If module is vehicle, if command is equals set door name, yeah, that's fine. So here on client handling, we can do all of that. Let's mark that as client. Lights on, all that. Save. Now here, instead of all of that, let's CS server logic, and I want to send that straight back here. Send server command vehicle not set door animation. I want to send this. Cool. That still doesn't help with that, but oh well. Maybe we can use like server command to force that as well. For example, commands vehicle. We need headlights. Player arcs. So here we have vehicle, which is not part of those arguments, right? Right. Good. that should be it. Headlights on that way. Now it here let's animated lights. Copy that. Paste here. Close vehicle and part. Need part. Yep. That's not gonna be that easy, is it? So here, that vehicle, we cannot send like just this vehicle object. We need to send something like vehicle ID. And how do we get this? We get vehicle ID. Vehicle type, vehicle lights on, get zone. Is to color, is to offend, is alarm. Okay, so it has ID as a field, but not as a method. Right? Good. Oh no, we have get ID. Okay, that might work. Here that should be vehicle get ID part. Also, I guess that's get ID. Let's double check vehicle script part, vehicle part. is, yeah, it has get ID. Okay, okie dokie, that should then be fine. Get vehicle by ID, vehicle get part by ID, args dot part. Okay, local args vehicle, args part, open username, get username, okay. Okay, by the way, I wanted to check what was the log that was thrown when the game started. Add animations, Lua 147. That's the same stuff. Yeah, okay. So that shows us there's no empty screen here. PZK bank truck. Okay. Well, let's try to start game and check what we did with all this Lua scripting, how badly we broken things. That is something I was struggling before, and I know it can be done, but but maybe if we define it as a door, then we can kind of set it. Let the built-in system take over handling those animations. Or window. How do windows get animated, by the way? welcome to more viewers. Yeah, sorry for that lull in content. I'm just experimenting and trying to figure out how to mod the game to do one simple thing. Rather simple and basic thing. Right, because where's the window? Okay, so nothing, create window, create what inventory. Yeah, even less informative. Cool. Okay, two Lua errors. And still no lights here. The lights are still here. If we start headlight, okay. Okie dokie. That's in animate lights. Lights on. What's the error here? Concat not defined for lights init and false. Oh, okay. That's interesting. So here and here, let's see, and true or false. Same deal here, and true or false. Okay. Now combine. Did we get this lights in it, by the way? On client command line 28, animate lights. Okay, that was the problem. When we animate lights lower, then yeah, that's right. That does not traces too many. Okay, maybe lights line 10. PZK this animated lights line 10. Yeah, that was on init. Okay, that figures then why we didn't get it. Okay, now we have to restart game. So confirm. and play. So parts can be enabled or disabled at server side, but not animated. And I suspect that the thing that handles setting up initial animated parts state is on the client side, but it is in Java, so it's not really Lua moddable. But since it is a method, then people from Lua were able to access it, and things like Sarlib got bored, and then that library and PI5. Okay, no Lua errors, right? Lights init true. Lights init true. Okay, what module was that from? Lights init. Guess that's server side, right? Server. And here we did not get this lights init. Init headlights. maybe that thing now broke our this whole interpretation of those server commands. Because we're technically sending this command to ourselves, which is okay. Let's try restart again. And good thing, this should appear in the log when we get to main menu, so we don't have to load the whole game. Okay. One error here. I suspect that would be the same we had always had. Logs, debug log. Okay. Checking if client it is client and null. Why is after null? Yeah. That should be here. And we probably got broken at this stage. Cool. Okay. Let's try to reset lower. Okay. Find next. Oh, here. Find next. Okay. So we have checking if is client, and we don't get the second line here. So that kicked us out of the rest of the file. So let's drop that. Let's reload Lua again. Okay, that's something new. What do we have here? Errors, please. Server commands line 9. Function, commands, local commands. Oh, because we don't have this vehicle set up. Okay then. I have realized the problem. So, commands. Let's do commands dot vehicle equals empty collection. So we need to define this module before we can add the function. let's do. Oh, here. We were missing this defining vehicles, and we were just trying to add a function to it. So start by initializing this module save and go to reset blue again. Okay, no Lua errors. Try to load into the game. Yeah, it's struggling to load for some reason. Loading up. Okay, so the lights are still not in the right place. PZK lights emit through, and we did not get this. So we got the server command, but we still did not receive the client command. Why? Events on server command. Events on server command. Function command args. Okay, I'm gonna regret this probably, but let's go here. Command module command argstar. Let's put this in here. Okay, let's restart the game, and that will spam us a lot. PZK see receive command, but hopefully does not. Oh, I just was editing and showing you the gameplay. Okay, let's now just double check. Exit, lights on false, server, please send, server lights on, equal commands received, set headlights, ISO project, let's set headlights on. shared vehicles and actions. Locked door, take and install wash vehicle, add gasoline, repair engine, repair light bar, shut off vehicle engine, smash, start vehicle engine, deflate tire, deflate tire, okay. Client, vehicles and action, configure headlight. What's this? Send client command. Okay, here, yeah. Vehicle get ID, part get ID. Self direction. Okay. Let's restart. And check with this spam. So basically what that will do is it will force this module I gave to read out every command or every server command that comes its way, not just the ones it accepted. So we can see if those commands happen when we want them to happen. And it would kinda not be fun if we oh let me check that client vehicles ASUI dashboard, because that's where we usually set headlights on, right? Vehicle dashboard. Let's see. Damage plate, alpha plate, set vehicle, engine forward, render, service station change to on engine, click on radio on heater, on click doors, click headlights. Yes, the menu on toggle headlights. Okay. Yes, vehicle menu. Yes, vehicle menu here. Let's find that. Send client command. Okay. Function as vehicle menu is that locked? No, it's not local. Okay. Okay. Send client command. Object get vehicle. toggle vehicle. Let's save, copy. Let's see our client paste spec is here. So if we overwrite this, actually if we local should call should this. Equals that. Let's see previous function. Now redefine it. Start by calling that function, and then okay, vehicle player object get vehicle. That's fine. And close and part. Let's take that. And close. Okay. Okay. Save that. Let's reload this file before we start the game. Because that might be the before we do, let's covering something like that in here. Since we changed that, let's reload preset flow again. Shouldn't be too hard. And then let's try to load in. Okay, continue. Where have I seen a list of all events? So we didn't crash into debug window. That's good. Okay. That's something. So they are inverted. But they work. Now, why are they inverted? So if vehicle lights on, then open. But then, since that is toggle, when we toggle while it's on, then we should go to close. Okay, let's swap them around. Just don't think about it. Cool. Save. Now, so that helps really well. That's good. Now we need event on vehicle load. So when vehicle is loaded, we need to set this up, and that needs to be on local. And I've seen, let's see, Lure API, objects, Lure events. I guess that is the one I'm looking for. Current, obsolete, current Lure events. On used vehicle, on vehicle damage texture, on load map zone. Let's look for vehicle. Okay, on enter vehicle, on exit vehicle, on spawn vehicle, and on spawn vehicle start, on switch vehicle, on use, on vehicle damage texture. Okay. On spawn vehicle end. What's that about? Event description. So it's uses on spawn vehicle. Cool. Let's try to add that to our script here. So on spawn vehicle and local your code. My code needs to be like that. Control X, Control V. Part is same as this one. Okay. So if vehicle lights on, then opened. If vehicle not else, then closed. That should be fine. Okay. So all that can go away. See, that whole thing here, that can go away. Save. And now let's restart the game. But that's still lower error. That big truck something is wrong with it. But what? Ah, they didn't show up initially. But at least they show up that way. Down, up, down, up. They are too fast for my liking, so let's play around with them. Where's the dash novel, models, no, templates. So lighthouse animate template, that array for close, that should be 1 and 1. Same, okay. That should fix that. Now, why weren't they here? Okay. PZK C. On spawn vehicle and is that just when the vehicle is spawned? Okay. Okay, no description given. I guess that just does not fire when I expect it to fire. What is CG global object? Okay, that's global objects. Yeah, that's like rain collectors and fires. Things that can function outside of reality bubble. Climate date, clothing update, on connected, connected failed, container update. On disconnect on post render. Okay, so let's see. Now we have those headlights. If we exit vehicle, teleport here, teleport back. Lights are still here. Seriously? So we can teleport away, teleport back, and the lights will still be here. But if we try to spawn another one, log main spawn vehicle, what was this? Noble. Then it's missing lights until we start them. Oh, and even then, that just does not. Okay, lights on, local handler, on false. Okay, general debuggers, let's wait for the night to end. Yeah, even at max speed, that takes a while on 24-hour days. So that's problematic, and that's problematic because we removed create function. Yes, that would do it. Remove vehicle, yes. So when I removed this whole where's animated light, this whole thing, I also needed to change some more things. Most notably, I need to make sure that is default. So like this. So this part gets created at all. Otherwise, it did not. So, by the way, if we search for that, our vehicles Lua, and just create part inventory. Okay. That's okay. So after that, we should get lights exist on the new vehicles, but not at the incorrect spot. So let's exit here. Now on spawn vehicle might actually trigger this on spawn vehicle end. So that might give us correct lights on freshly spawned vehicles, which is not gonna be good enough. This. So when I spawn vehicle, this might get triggered, right? So then it will set the lights correctly on the freshly spawned vehicles, but not on game load. And the stream decided to drop a bunch of frames. Yeah, cool. Thank you for that. Well, I guess it's that time of the day of unstable connection. Avoided this yesterday, but be as lucky 2 days in a row, I guess. Okay, and I lost stream. Brilliant. PZK on spawn vehicle and noble spawn. Okay, so now that spawn worked, and it showed it here. I teleport here, maybe even here. If that wasn't like far enough. And teleport that here. On spawn vehicle and handler, on spawn vehicle and handler. What? So it does call that spawn. Huh. Can we like clear this whole log? No. So that was 933. Teleport here and teleport back. And okay, on spawn vehicle and handler. Okay, so that actually is called when the vehicle gets dropped in world. Oh yeah. Thank you for everybody who is watching, but my connection is atrocious and I lose stream like every minute. Let me try. See. Limestone handle. Okay. Okay, vehicle on spawn, vehicle and handler, but that apparently flopped with part definition, right? Why, oh why? It is an FB pick, and you pick while on the main menu. Okay, that's not helpful. Uh, what's this? We need balance context manager, removing textures, and let's on local handler. Okay. Okay. When finishing loading and entering the game, when would that trigger? I wonder. Let's see. Events local on load. Okay. This on load handler. Okay. Save. Let's restart game and check when this happens in log. If it happens after all of those on vehicle spawn initially drops, then that might be our solution. So let's close that. Because I suspect that might not have loaded all the parts when this function gets called. We have some race condition that uh, handles first our handlers and then something else that our handler depends on. Okay, unload handler happened in fact way later than those on spawn vehicle and handlers. So that might be our solution. So here's the idea I'm having. First, we need to define local is game loaded equals false. Then we need to define local on game loaded two vehicles equals an empty array, I guess. Should it be an empty array or should it be something else? How do we deal with arrays? Okay, let's okay, so that's not how we should do that. Let's instead use dictionary instead. Cool. Now here, vehicles, on game load two vehicles. Now here, spawn handler. If is game not is game loaded, then and eventually that would be returned, but before we return, we want to on game do vehicles vehicle get ID and icon base vehicle get ID get ID, yeah. So that's how it is. Yeah, get ID. Copy and okay, and that one equals 1. Now, if we already not in this is game loaded, well, if game is loaded correctly, then we go here and try to parse it as is. Now on load here, let's see. Something like that. For vehicles, like vehicle ID I in pairs on game load devices do. Now that instead of that, let's see, client logic, we want find a vehicle based on this vehicle ID. And with that vehicle, we want to then do all of that. Cool. let's restart the game and test this theory out. Fingers crossed. Nope, did not help. And I noticed that we did not get any readouts after that when we should have. So why is that? And relate handler um, vehicle or just like geometry vehicle gets script name. Okay, so that should yeah, oh, and of course this is being loaded. That should go here. So, okay, okay. But if I understand correctly, now we should have broken jumping back and forth. Because now if we turn on lights, turn off lights, they stay here. If we jump here, then jump back. Yep, that no longer put them in place because that went into delayed spawn. Cool. So exit. Okay, we have a second Lua error. What's that might be about? Uh, logs. Yeah, let's go towards the end. That is, yeah, that's our bank truck, our favorite, and here it is. Server commands line 40. Uh, attempted index get script name of a non-table. Okay. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. like that. Okay. Yeah, let's double check this, but there should be nothing going on here. But at the same time, if we teleport away here, and then teleport back, oh, they don't get this. Huh. Oh, so it's still broken. Huh. Okay. Why is it still broken though? Delay and resolve phone. Oh, yeah, of course that would be broken because this is game loaded never happened. Okay, that should explain that. Also, I'm going to disable the backtrack from animations just because I don't want to just ignore this lower error. I want to know if other errors occurs first. Okay, no errors. Onload handler, onspawn and delete handler for Herbie. What? Just for Herbie? Wait, what? Why is this only one readout? Oh, let's try that. Okay. So what I just changed was the way the table indices records. It requires it to have like a string as an identifier, and this vehicle ID that I was getting, that was probably something new there. So uh, potentially that means this table was not able to parse all the values. Now I have concatenated, oh, by the way, yeah, should, oh, yeah, the game locked my screen so I cannot go back. Uh, when the game loads, I should fix something else. Okay, okay, here we are. What I want to change is here. I'm taking this vehicle ID from the first one, where that should be like name. So that would be ignored. That would be used as vehicle ID because I'm putting vehicle ID here now. And that should be just here. Reset column. Okay, and continue. Okay, let's check the log and okay, so it's still just Herbie. So Herbie was the first to be added. Then we have Continental Bug T dash Noble Bank Truck dash Noble and complete repair shop. There's some other vehicle in range. Okay. And that only for some reason reads only Herbie. Why? Uh, sketch anything, but just in case. Okay. Okay, so no panicking. Copy that. And just brute force that. So after every time we add a vehicle here, let's print out this whole delayed list. Uh, wait, wait. Okay, so that thing here is not giving us any pages. So if part of them, I get this return and this return this and goes here. So that was probably the main issue. Because first time it found Herbie, it got here. Herbie has no lighthouse, so it knocked itself out of this whole function, not just out of this iteration. So yeah, maybe that will fix it, hopefully. So just for good measure, let's reload Lua. And continue. Okay, delayed. Noble handler with part locked. Okay, one vehicle we have located, but still do not show them here. Teleport here. Teleport here. Okay, so when I teleport, they get this shit together. So it's only on load that something bad happens. Maybe I read noble. Correct. Bank truck. Noble. Located. Okay. So that principle is working. That here, but just shouldn't be on load. What else do we have? Hmm, okay, we have on game boot and on game start. So I suspect that might be fires up upon finishing loading and entering the game. And game boot is finishes after game finishes starting up. Note: for clients, Lua files on Lua server will not have loaded by the time this event is fired. Does not apply to server. On game boot. Okay. On game start. Finishes loading and entering the game. Okay. Okay, let's restart and check those events. Can we find some more? Game start, game state enter, game time loaded. What is game time loaded? Fires often game time is initialized. Maybe animations rely on this game time. Let's try that out. Okay, what else? What else? On init world. I'm just primarily exploring the life cycle of those events. Um, okay, let's try with those things. Okay, so on start happened before on load, and on boot apparently happened even way before, probably in the main menu. But what about world start and time start? Why those haven't reported here? Okay, let's see log, debug log. Okay, so the first one is on boot. That's okay, on init world. That happens way early. Time loaded. That happens on game time loaded on init systems. Okay, that also happens way before. Then on spawn and delaying. Then on start and on load. And that is delayed handlers. Of those two reported finding parts that need to be animated. So everything working as it should, but for some reason that still does not fix those vehicles. But if we jump back and forth, wrong vehicles, then they get fixed. So when they initially spawn in the world and when they are okay. Okay. Base vehicle. It's doing off-road, it's drivable, it's driver, engine running, engine started, engine working. What's the difference between those? Is enter blocked, is enter blocked 2, is exit blocked, okay. Hotwire broken. Is in area, is in bounds, is in forest. Intersecting square with shadow, is invalid chunk ahead, is invalid chunk around, is invalid chunk behind, and front, is key is on door, is key in ignition, is local physics, mechanics open, is operational, is unregulated, removed from world, load all vehicle textures, log server update, need parts update, what about events here? On play actor animation, on play part, play part, that's just play, that's not on. On turn stop, on hard start, back move signal start, stop. Okay, so not that many events. Need parts update. Post update. Okay, added to world is a field, so we cannot access it. Add to world is a function, a method. Code by world pose, get world pose, get world transform is removed from world. Okay, have removed from world. Come set world transform. Okay. That would be boolean, so it should be or true, no, or that's and true or false. And another thing, let's see, every 1 minute, what about that handler here? Let's try that. It's a bit of an overreaction, but might help. If it does, I'll be happy. If it doesn't, oh no foul. So the idea here is when the game starts running and a few minutes pass, then maybe all the systems that need for the vehicle to work will get loaded. And then we will be able to process those lights. And another theory is this exists in world. Oh, hello, Noah error. Okay, close those logs. Get a fresh one. 22, then expected near let's see. LC is one word and double. That should be double. Okay. Okay. Reload lower. Still an error. Okay, what's going on now? Server commands 86 and oh, because that's and if is not supposed to be and if. Okay. Reset room. Okay, no error this time, so let's continue. Okay, so that did not help. False, false, false. Okay, dokie. That's interesting. So that false actually teleport here and teleport back here. Now that's still respond vehicle handler false. Now that's still false. Oh. Okay, so that correctly maintains those, that now gets those. So it's only on load that we have this issue with those headlights. Why the heck? Let's see. Noble. Now, newly spawned have those headlights. Yeah. Okay, I just got a message. Okay, so apparently some people decided to report bugs on the wrong mod. Cool. Okay, but let's see. So the modded is Chevalier E6 and CUCV. Okay, let's spawn that. What is it? E6. Okay, that was keypad. So, angles, rotate, and yep, here it is. Rear window present. So the bug is fixed, it is just waiting to be updated. So if you're watching, then cool. I have no idea how to check those lights in properly. Apparently there is some difference between when we get like here. Okay, let's get 15 in-game minutes and let's restart. Close, confirm, let's play. On tick. Oh, by the way, maybe this on every minute is happening in main menu and then it knows. Minutes should just in game, shouldn't it? I suspect like ticks might be happening here too. But definitely not minutes. Oh, right. I am playing on real time. So 5 minutes I set up there were 5 real-time minutes. So maybe if we wait for that long, those lights will appear correctly because it will get restarted. Okay, and in that case, maybe we can use those ticks as well. So let's speed up time. And I honestly don't know if those on every minute triggers with that. General debuggers, okay, and yeah, here we are. You can see that when that delayed ticked over, we got the lights spontaneously here now. So 5 minutes, 15 minutes, all that should be fine, except should be. So. So, just one, let's set it here, and let's check another thing. This tick maybe. Okay, so that, let's get that fix here. So that one, I want to disable for now and test those ticks. Because we know this one works with at least some time, so maybe we can tune how much, but it still works. Yeah, Uh, I had a lot of trouble with verifying my account too. Though I don't think I have specified that only verified accounts can write in my chat. I might have hoping to suppress those bots, but yeah, not that much good it did me. Either way, hope you're enjoying me stumbling around with those headlights. That's so frustrating. I'm almost there. They are basically working, but that issue on game load. And yeah, there's also a problem with build 41. They might not be working there, but that I'll just make them not animated in build 41 then, if it does not transfer smoothly. Okay. Loading game. Yes, continue. Okay, so we can see that that tick started on game start, then 10 ticks passed by very soon, and before those vehicles started rendering. Yeah, but that didn't help. That did not help. Methods inherited from ISO object. Render lost. Render last render text fields inherited from ISO object. Last rendered. Render the text. Okay. What's the difference between those two? Get last rendered. Get last rendered. ISO object. No, that's ISO object. That's not what I need. So what can we check here? Methods. Damage. Add to world. VHI is addressed. Is this inside? Is alarm? If vehicle is entering. Is exit block. Get vehicle type. Get vehicle towing. Engine RPM. Get usable part. Get operator dot. Get operator to some condition. Where SQL ID. Speed to B. Skin index. Skin count. Get skin. Siren start time. Shadow texture. Get save. Get name. What is this vehicle poly? Polygonal map to vehicle. Orders. Methods. Contains point. Line intersection. I guess that's something for geometry. Play part animation. Vehicle. String. Text part. And string. Okay. So, do you have any ideas? Yes, that delaying by a set number of ticks might be counterproductive because, like, some number of ticks would work when there are few vehicles around and then fail when there are more vehicles around. And this exists in the world. That's object. Yeah, that's always false. So that doesn't help us. Heater, yet inside temperature, if it's on, like by index, nice, passenger, get mechanical ID. What is surround vehicle? Okay, so that's something that used for zombies to get around the vehicle. Okay, vehicle light, data, cool. No, that's part. Get surround vehicle, get thumbable 4, thumbable condition. That's the legal part. Get AP, get index. This container is specific item. Load. Repair, save that activity. Date signal device. What is that? Get a mean by ID. That takes string and returns an animation, I guess. Angle, log offsets on the key. So, okay, instead of using ticks here, let's use minutes and set it to 1 minute. What should happen now is we start with vehicles not having lights, and then when 1 minute passes, they should get those lights, even though this 1 minute is like a short period. And how many? If the game speed is not set to real time, then shouldn't it would take a lot less, and then it might not be enough still for all those systems to get initialized. Would it? one more thing I want to check after this test that will likely not work, but who knows, is try to parent this lighthouse bone to vehicle bone. What I suspect it will do is... Nah, that's still not gonna work. When we have... No, that's not working. No, bad idea. No. It still will not set this bone correct position unless it loads animation. And it wouldn't load animation until something. And the worst part is I cannot test from Lua if the part has loaded or not. If I could, I would just use this on tick and then repeat the process until the part loads itself. So, it did not yet load, and here is what they loaded in. Okay, so currently, while those cars are just before they have rendered first, they will not do that. But after that, all goes well. What does this render tick does? Fires every rendering tick. Okay, fine. That's not that helpful. That's basically the same as tick. Methods, instance methods, concrete methods. Engine last update, last rendered from ISO object, last rendered. But that is fields. And here we have getter for those fields. Get last rendered. So with that, get last rendered or false. And let's add that to okay. I hope that will like contain something like -1 or 0 if it wasn't rendered yet, and then some value when it was rendered last. So yeah. Okay, there was some error. Okay, what was that error? Server commands tried to call Nero on spawn vehicle and what? object tried to call nil on spawn. Um, That's understandable, I guess. Does it repeat this time? Okay, once again. Uh, here. And on spawn vehicle and okay. Okay, so that broke the syntax. Over here. So that get last render does not work. So this get last render does not work, right? Why does it return object and not okay, so that is that some static object or something? Graphic details. Instance methods. Okay, so that's a static method. So it's not an instance method. So nope. So that wouldn't work. Okay, so that call here does not work. And neither would it work here, right? Okay, now that being said, let's exit the game. I deliberately jumped away from those vehicles because I want to see what would happen if I wait for all the systems to load, but then jump when I see them the first time. Okay, here we are. No cars around. Can we wait? Okay, so that timer now ticked over. Let's teleport it here. And here we are. They did not get their headlights. If we teleport here, then teleport back, they get their headlights. So that's just not the game needing to initialize something, that's like the vehicle models not being loaded yet. Okay. Okay, I'll double check this. The wheels might be a problem still because I don't think I fixed those. So P6. I 150 pickup regular. Well, I haven't changed anything about the wheel part here, so yeah, that's, you can see that wheels are kind of wrong here. Chassis, model offset. Okay. Is it wheel positions then? Okay, so maybe those wheels need to be changed. Because I believe in some cases I had to change the position of those F-type vehicles, like to line them up together. And that way, sorry, let's get that here. 350, too long. Okay, so that one works fine. Vehicle, yeah, that's the vehicle of the wheel positions here. and templates, severe E6. Okay, that's wheel positions here. If we check like really low, technically front wheels should be the same. 3626, 3612, 3462, 3626. Okay, so they are different. Notes they say, especially that, yeah, and that. Right, template, and regular pickup animated. Let's try put that here. Oh, yeah, I copied that from one vehicle. That's front wheels, right? Right. Rear wheels here are different, obviously. That is that here, and those I don't touch. Though they would need to be adjusted a bit further still. Okay, what can we do about scripts? Script, here, window, mechanics required key, all methods, cycle repair mechanic, all methods. Why is this loaded? Return void. What it does then? Let's try to use that. That's null, right? That's going to be null. Does nothing. here. Loaded. Okay. Don't have high hopes about that, but oh well. Okay. Why? Why don't you start? Okay. What the is that? Holy cow. Why? No, I don't like this change. Oh snap. And in those, they did not get fixed. Yeah. Oops. Okay. I don't like that. Hmm. No, fixing that here did not help. Okay. 03. Okay. I also like how they float way above. And they got even higher when I kinda... Wait, what? Okay, yeah, I guess that's like timed 1 minute delayed. One. Okay. Yeah, let's drop those and try to see if that bungles the vehicles. Hope it should. If it does, I then will probably end the stream and update the game. I will have to fix those wheel positions later. Thanks for pointing that out. Well, not those super broken wheel positions, of course. Those are priority before update. Then, once I update those, I will push this 41 version. Well, update that includes changes to 41 version. Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate. Did I not save it? I did save it. Why are they different here? Oh, I think I know what happened. I think I know. Let's see. That was not this problem. Problem was caused by which one is this? That. Oh, here. That was causing the problem. And yeah, you probably could, while you were here, you probably could see them jump like to even more ridiculous height. And that's because they had this script loaded command. Let's try this out. Exit game completely. So now I removed this script loaded and I returned those front wheels here. Oh, sorry. Something went wrong with those wheels, but at least the rest of them are fine now. Vehicle editor, okay. So wheels are definitely in the wrong spot here. Okay, so and they're 2D2. Okay. Oh, fine. You win. Save that. Okay, no changes here. I will have to. Uh, well, let's see. Is that vehicle here? Vehicle editor. Front wheel. 066 negative 1 with negative 0.55 and 151. So let's see. 066 negative 55 negative 55 and 151 1.51. Now those should have the same offsets over X and Y, and over here they should have uh, let's go get the right vehicle selected. Um, Vehicle editor negative 095 negative 095. Save. Okay, let's restart with those ones. So stop, play. Okay, so they now look fine. And those apparently loaded first time. I am... what? No, that's timed unload. Okay. That still triggered time unload. Timed unload, so fine. Keep your secrets. But those wheels are now fixed. So, thank you for watching. I will be now publishing this version on Steam. And if you want, I can show you how that is done. So, to upload and update the mod, you go to Workshop, create or update files. This is PZK Animated. Now here you need to fill in some data like what tags or what type of visibility. That one is set to link only because it's in development. So description, if you want to edit it, use this button. I don't think I need to here. Change log. Um, Okay, and update. And there we are. The new version is now up on Steam. Cool. So thank you for watching. I hope to see you next week. I will be streaming next Saturday and Sunday at about the same time, but I think 7 hours of stream is enough for one day. So have a good day.